All right. Looks like we're back, but I got to do reset all the settings again, specifically the camera, because it never saves. All right. Deactivate, reactivate. Like we are good. All right. Looks like we're back. Sorry about that. All right, let's try this again. Drifting shadow. And then I guess we'll save this at. All right, let's see how I feel about this one. This time. Yeah, it's really annoying. Just like all of a sudden, just the keyboard just didn't want to work anymore. The orb pop in front of me. That was weird. Yeah. I kind of like this because it makes sense. Oh yeah, I forgot to salvage before.
My name is Izzy. I may be able to help you.
I need to go back. The have more control now.
like you could do. Ooh, that's nice. Can I have it back?
That is too expensive.
This is really not better than what I. Well, it's slightly better than what I have actually. I'm gonna have to hold on to it because it is like a teeny bit better. But at some point, I gotta get an ancient. So at some point. Let's go up. Showing you what quiver. The one I just put in my stash or the one I'm wearing? Hold on. I'll show it to you after the run. I wonder if that's like the visual bug, or am I literally not hitting everything with the single shot? Okay, I think there's usually one elite down here. Those Juggernaut, screw that. Oh, conduit, come back. Shoot, that hurt. Oh, it's another Juggernaut. Not an awful time for them 128, but still.
What do you need?
All right, so this is my quiver. This is the best quiver I've had for now. Kill switch was up. D-Jam Can't wait to play multi-shot next month, D4 guys. So I know we're getting all like a bunch of new skill tree, like the skill tree overhaul, but are we actually getting a new skill per class? Did you promo my ethereal instead of quiver? I haven't done
I need to go back.
a whatchamacallit yet. Because I wanted to get these two things in the altar. So I needed my primordial ashes. So I don't have any ashes to do it. And I'll probably end up doing it for the amulet anyway, to be honest with you, because quivers are a lot cheaper to gamble. So I at least feel like eventually I will get it on like the I'll get a decent quiver from gambling. Yeah, that works. Yeah, I just don't have any primordial ashes right now. Actually, kind of want to do the 128 with the. Well, actually, no, I don't. I do not. Go back down to 124 for regular speeds. Yeah. I mean, I'm in no huge rush anyway. To be honest. Like I have to have it like right now. It's okay. But when I get some primordial ashes, I'll shoot for something better. But generally speaking, a good amulet is a bigger upgrade than like a good quiver. As long as your non-ancient quiver is, you know, close to 600%, the other stats don't matter as much. But still, damn, that's so hard. Yeah, that's why I want to do the I want to do that. Save my primordial ashes for that. I think I upgrade that turn barrage into multi-shot at this point. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, pin shot was supposed to have the multi-shot feel, or in terms of like, you know, blasting down packs or whatever. Barrage is supposed to be some sort of hybrid skill that you can play it up close and from afar, depending on the situation. So I don't know what their obviously it didn't end up panning that way. It was like that, you know, towards the beginning of D4's life. But once the expansion came out, that was kind of really it for those skills. Barrage and pin shot has been practically non-existent. But we'll see what the skill tree does, like the revamp to the skills in the skill tree. Gotta lay start for the D3 season before I got your Meteor Wisdom online. Yeah, I started playing like maybe 6 hours after season start, and then I've been playing like 5 hours a day, which is like not blasting at all when you really think about it.
I am returning to town.
Wizard gift this season is rough. Never had a hard time getting to the lower tiers. Oh, does anyone know when the challenge rift resets? Like the time frame, like with the like, I know it's like different per time zone or whatever. By the way, Google says 1 p.m. PST for CR. Oof. All right, so bit wise. So someone tell me this because I don't think I've ever tried to. I guess. Well, I guess you can use your primordial ashes on ethereals, right? So, can you reforge a ethereal into a primal? Like, is that like, can a primal actually like be an outcome from reforging for ethereals? You can. Okay, cool. But what up, Peachin? Here on lunch break. Yeah, I was gonna ask you about that. I was like, oh, you were able to stop by today.
I'm overburdened.
Let's see the gem.
I am returning to town. Impressed. Get accustomed to that.
I gotta clean out my stash again at some point. This is so bad. I was gaming. Am I still gonna push GR? Just chill. I will. I will to a certain extent. I'm gonna basically farm all week. Basically, chill farm for like 5 hours a day or whatever. And then towards the weekend, whatever I get, I'll push with. And then that'll kind of be my season, basically, like a week later. I'm just enjoying doing something different, I guess, or something I haven't done in a while. Oh, forgot the gamble.
I can't carry.
How many total ashes to unlock the altar? Not sure. No, like the first one is like 55, and then the second one is like 110,
That is too expensive.
and then the third one is like 165, I think, or something like that. Something like that. I don't really care about the third one as much because it's more so just like toughness up close, and I'm generally not trying to play up close anyway. So, but I got the two that I wanted for now. Got the double drop, my primal drop earlier, just natural. Both were trash, but it was awesome. I bet that the fact that bad primals are good or serve a purpose is quite amazing. Wow, this is taking forever to kill. Oof. I guess it was two of them. You need 2 primals. I feel like the first one is expensive. It's not expensive, and then but the second one is 2. If I'm not mistaken, I totally could be misremembering that. And the third one you need 3 or something like that. But my memory is a bit fuzzy on this.
Let's see the gem.
If you gave 2 account to start, it makes CR with alt account. I give you all level 60 items made to your main and save CR cash for altar. Yeah. So because I wasn't gonna push early, normally I push, you know, well, at least back in the day when D4 wasn't out yet, I'd always push like Sunday night or whatever. That'd be like my big push night. So I would just use the CR. I'll say the cash for the altar, so I can have all the stuff I wanted for the pushing. But because I knew I wasn't gonna push before then, I went ahead and used the my cash. That's why I was just wondering when it, like, at what exact time does it actually reset, so I could finish up my altar. You grind for your stuff for hurting yet? Nope. I have no plans to do it. The only thing good that comes out of doing the staff for the altar is the double primal drop. That's it. I can live without double death breaths and some other thing that's also quite useless. Knowing my luck, it'll take me like, you know, an hour or 2 to farm for that stupid staff. And I literally just don't feel like doing it.
I'm here to help.
I am returning to town.
Haven't decided what I'm gonna do with Marauder yet. I kind of want to do my patent Obsidian Ring multi-shot Marauder, honestly, since, you know, should be strong enough to be able to do the 150 with that without having to go cluster arrow. Although cluster arrow would be a little easier, but the multi-shot would be way more fun to do. Like, way more fun. Oops. What skill on my bow? Frenzy. Frenzy with tactical advantage. Not by choice, it's just what it rolled. It's just my highest DPS ballista at the moment. Not bad for speed farming though. Gives me a lot of movement speed. But it kills my breakpoint-ish. But I strafe weave anyway, so I force my own breakpoints. But it's not that bad. Oh, he went on the ground. I was like, where'd he go? But didn't you prefer using Frenzy before? Well, I mean, if I had a choice on a ballista, Frenzy wouldn't be the thing I would have for farming, for speed farming. Not Nephilim Rips, yes, but GRs, no. Like technical advantage is technically enough.
I am returning to town.
Donuts. Before is reaching the absurdly useless uniques as D3. The funny thing is that they're like creating them. Like it's not even like they're creating them after knowing what's already useless out there. You know, at least in D4, the legend, you know, they were kind of like made mostly like kind of close to each other, right? Like at the start, like a bunch of all at once, right? And it's like, oh, I guess that didn't work out like we thought it was going to work out, right? But in D4 is like you're adding them every season after seeing the previous uniques not work out, and you continue down that path while not addressing the prior uniques after that or before that came before, which is quite mind-boggling to me. But I digress.
Fate smiles on what a steal.
I can't carry anymore.
You look like you could do your thing. Geed was not here
That is
come
too
back again.
expensive.
I've gotten some good holy point shot quivers actually, which is kind of funny. So if I get the 9 series on like a ballista, for example, I have a good holy point shot to go along with it. If I want to go that route. Well, not holy, but like cold. I can. Well, okay. You're saying holy point shot. Never mind. I get it. Yeah, it's not like a true 20 because you have 40% already, 20 from the amulet, 20 from the gloves. So it's not a true 20%. It's more like 16% when you take everything into account. But it's still like better than nothing, right? Yeah. Or hell, you can even go with a rucksack. Roll the century damage off and do like damage versus elites or whatever. The 8%. Obviously worth a little less, but little things you can do, I guess. Do you think Pierce is important for push? Not really. Like, technically speaking, the way that we understand the whole Pierce thing, right, and getting the extra arrows or whatever, can be replicated with literally Rocket Storm and or strafe weaving. So like you get the same results. Now, if you don't want to do Rocket Storm and you don't want to strafe weave, then the Pierce can be beneficial. but not over the other options. Like I would take like a Fortress Ballista or Odyssey's End or anything over the Valis Pierce, to be honest. Only because we can simulate that without actually having to use Valis. If anything, what made Valis kind of cool was having a was having the extra affix that you can roll onto a weapon, basically. In my opinion, that was actually like the cooler factor. Thanks. Why'd I go this way for? Vala is your comfort weapon. You like the dual wield though, right? Like you dual wield every time with your God 6, if I'm not mistaken, for the aesthetics. If so, if dual wielding, for sure, that makes sense.
I am returning to town.
Was it you that always like the dual wield? There was like someone. I think it was Red Cell. Was that even back in old school D3, like original D3, he always preferred dual wielding for the aesthetic. I'm doing a pretty good job keeping up my squirts. These elite engagements. I hate these things. There was 3 of us who committed to go dual wield. I don't remember who the third one was. Hey, primal. Like a primal crossbow. I want those shoulders.
I am skilled at clarifying gems.
I am returning to town.
What's because we're having on Enchantress? I haven't really paid much attention to her, to be honest with you. And with that being said, I actually kind of need to change one. Now that I think about it, I actually like Charm. But yeah, cooldown at the moment, just because my cooldown sucks. I actually haven't even finished gearing her. I haven't put a chest on her. I always kind of wait till last to really get her going or whatever. Make an intel class and properly roll her the stuff that she needs to get the stats up and stuff. But at the moment, she's thrift shopping bare minimum. Yeah. Like when I start to push or whatever, I'll care. But right now, she's just bare bones. Ooh, Johnny.
You look like you could use a new
I'm overburdened.
Don't be shy. Do come back again. Fortune favor. Oh, isn't that nice?
Let's break almost up. Alright, well, good sir. Thanks for stopping by. I will see you whenever I get to see you. Yeah, man. At least now I know when your lunch breaks are. Juicy.
I'm here to help.
I am returning to town.
Still got a basic glove. No. keep wanting to kill trash for some reason.
Let's see the gem.
I am returning to town. I grant you the power of your ancestors.
Is it too late to begin on the season today? No.
Have become stronger.
It just started like 2 days ago. So like season basically goes on for about 3 months. So you have plenty of time. But yeah, 2 days ago is when it started. I'm freaking illusionist. Yeah. Also not the greatest run either.
I wish I could do that.
Might have to take it down to
Let's see the gem.
especially when I get maps like these.
I am returning to town. I've become stronger.
You look like you could don't forget. Luck always changes. Want to see what you got? That will look nice on you. You look like you
That
could
is
come
too
back again.
expensive.
Actually, not a bad non ancient quiver, but at this point, ancient or bust for the other sets. Lots of squirts. This was an excellent run.
I am returning to town.
Jug. I would just like this Necro Nightmares to get some augment gems. I could farm a little bit more effectively.
Let's see the gem.
I need to go back.
Of course. Let's keep it at 122. 124 isn't worth right now.
What do you need?
I need to go back. You're become more formidable.
Where's my phone? I left 4.
You look like you could really come back again. My father was a dream come
My
back
pack
again.
is full.
You look like you could don't forget. Luck always changes.
Guess I go ahead and do key farming. Probably gonna use a Bariza actually for this now with the frenzy on it. Dead. Would make a lot more sense.
I've got some brand new goods you might be in.
Oh wait, I guess I won't. Yeah, I won't have permit. Yeah, I don't have vengeance. I guess it's not that big of a deal though. Or is it? Hmm. I don't know. I guess we'll figure it out. I don't need tactical though. They still keep D3 and going. Yeah. Yep. They just kind of, it's on maintenance mode basically, rotating out the seasons, the good seasons. Yeah, I feel. What am I cooking? Nothing. I mean, I do bolas for a T16, honestly. Bolas are actually a little better for T16 farming. They travel faster, huge AoE. Don't have to wait for any pierces to hit the other targets. And it's super fun. The explosions feel so great. But bolas was only possible in the semi-recent after Gassis got a couple of buffs and of course the altar. Then bolas became strong enough to be able to one-shot P16 super easy. Whereas before that was not the case. Yeah. I mean, it just feels so good. It really does.
I am returning to town.
How you zoomed out so much? I'm not. Unless you count using the ultra wide. Like when you have an ultra wide, your game naturally kind of zooms out a little bit. In general, for any game that you're playing. But no tricks or hacks or not the zoom out hack thing that some people do. But their games are super zoomed out, right? Which makes it like literally like practically, you know, super advantageous for pushing. Oh man, I should just use a regular TP. Oh well. Wait, people do zoom. Of course you know they do.
I'm returning to town. You have
Oh, nice. Pick up. That was good.
Not ready yet.
Another goblin. Okay. I'm not sure if I ever saw 2 goblin ways and 1 vision. Very nice for gems, especially.
I'm overburdened. Feel my wrath.
Got a bunch of yellows in here. Shoulders though.
Still waiting. Not ready yet.
Ballista. Okay. We're still going. I'm definitely gonna have to go back to town.
I am returning to
Didn't really want to, but I'm gonna have to. I'd appreciate it, Father. There are some I actually want to keep, so I can just re-roll later. Puzzling.
still waiting. Need more time.
I'm still in the same vision, by the way. Gotta be like floor like 15 or something. And it still goes. Not bad.
Need more time. I need to go back.
They better use bows for bounties. I mean, yeah. They travel faster than Hungry and Arrow. They have a much bigger AoE, so it's like a one-shot pull AoE. And it feels so much better. Like it's so much cooler to actually like to do. Like, it feels great watching like the huge explosions of stuff just like blow up. So technically speaking, it is slightly more efficient, but I think people at this point, when you farm a T16, like the difference is so minute that I don't think people know, nor do they really care. So it's kind of up to you whether you use bolas for a T16. I just prefer because it's just way more fun. Besides, you see Hungry and Arrow all the time when you're speed farming anyway. And GRs. Feels nice to switch it up. But you want to use volatile explosives for the bigger AoE. Because you're one-shotting anyway. So you want to one-shot a bigger area.
I need to go back. Your truck. I'm returning to town.
No vision.
Still waiting.
keys.
Need more time. I need to go back.
The ancients would be proud.
Need more time. Still waiting. Need more time. Still waiting. Need more time. Still waiting. Need more time. Feel my wrath.
Oh, nice. Goblin pack.
Need more time.
Should be able to get quite a few augments now going. I've been slacking on that front.
I can't carry anymore.
I do kind of want that. So
I need to go back.
yeah. It's probably like my best COE I got so far, and it's non-ancient. Rough. There might be a reason to keep those pants, maybe.
Fortune favors the do you sing.
My pack is full.
That.
You look like you're going to come back again. Fortune favors.
That is
win
too
every time.
expensive.
I guess we can't break up the monotony by with some Echoing Nightmare because I should have more than enough gems to augment quite a bit of stuff. Equip that. I don't think I really need to change anything.
You look like you could use a new item of
Mm.
indeterminate usefulness.
How many screams do I have? I did to hold on to one for Ultra though. Oh, 8? Oh, I got plenty.
I've dug up some new things for you to take a look at.
I can't sustain because they're dying too quick. Because I can use this guy into the channeling earlier. Goblin Shrine, where are you? There it is. Alright, that's it. Totally worth.
I've dug up some new things for you to take.
Because that might be worth. Oh, good up on map. Ooh. Did that proc? No, not yet.
Your fear betrays you.
That's a small amount of goblins that time. So what's going on? It's been a minute. I'm ready for the new expansion. I mean, yes and no. Everyone's kind of going in blind because we're not gonna have any information about like the builds, skills, or whatnot like we usually do at a time. So it should be kind of fun, like sort of discovering along the way, but it'd be a lot of work for Max Roll because like the moment that we discover things, we have to go and write the guide for it because we can't really write guides ahead of time, right? Like we have an idea of what things could be maybe, but without actually playing, that's like impossible to write something and be like even remotely accurate, right? So it's gonna be a lot of work. Which means a lot of playing on our end. So hopefully it'll be fun. I do think some of the quality of life stuff that is coming looks pretty good. So we'll see how it all pans out. But yes, I will definitely be on Rogue again. I will not be doing Warlock, at least not at the start. Well, I definitely appreciate your opinion, sir. I will be doing. I'll be back to doing quite a few videos once the expansion drops, of course. So look out for those on YouTube. Let's play Heartseeker again. Hopefully it can be back to its purest form. I'm not really a fan of the Orphan Maker Heartseeker stuff at all. navigate this map. Alright, Goblin Shrine, where are you? Goblin Shrine, I'm like halfway through my conduit. There it is. Just having a good conduit to kill the goblins. Yeah. Alright. Go on. Thank you. Lucian, appreciate the follow. Friends. What do you like to? Actually, what do I not have augmented? Okay, so kind of don't want to. One. Yeah, right. So one, 2. I guess I could augment. I could technically augment the rings, but they're not that great. Almost feel like it'll be a waste. I'll augment the Bariza though. It's actually kind of nice for speed farming. I guess that being said, since I don't have anything else to augment. I wish this wasn't so bad, but it's the best I could do. You know what? Let's see. Let's get us some gloves. See if we get lucky.
Can I have it back? Fortune favors the bold. That will look nice on you.
Boom. Got a glove upgrade. We'll take. That gives me at least 3 things to augment. Oh, that crit. Gundog can get better crit damage than that though. Come on. Hmm, 39 again. $41. Out there. Oh, 50. Take. Throw some armor. Take off the movement speed. Actually, you know what? I mean, keep the movement speed. Shortcut the Paragon then. And 11. So cap out the regular movement speed, I guess. That works. Okay, well. Got augment, boots. Bracer.
Small goals. I won't judge.
It's a little, a teeny bit strong. I got work to do everywhere else though.
Fortune favors the bold. Well, isn't that nice? You look like you could
That
use
is too
soon.
expensive.
It's the other 124. Some upgrades. Not bad. 24 might be worth now.
Let's see the gem.
I want to upgrade some of my gems if I can. This is pretty smooth, actually.
Hello.
I am returning to town.
Guess I'm backtracking. Totally not worth Bergonaut. This map has a lot of Elise on it. I'm like, or a decent amount of Elise. 4 or 5. They're hiding in this corner. Caster give me.
Fortune favors the bold.
I guess we'll go for.
Don't forget, luck always changes. You look like you could use a new item. That will look nice on you. Fortune favors the bold.
That
You'll
is
come
too
back
expensive.
again.
Actually, you know what? Cancel. All right, we good. Reforge some.
I've dug up some new things for you to take a look at.
How do you feel about our undertaking? Very well.
What's my look like?
Access to a wondrous artifact of old, and that's what you want to do with it. Very well.
Socket. Oh. Well. I mean, technically the dex is actually worth more. For now. The crit chance isn't really as worth, but I guess if I roll the Hungering Arrow back, because I got Taeguk anyway, then this would be worth more. But in reality, I kind of just need a better quiver so I can get the crit chance and the whatchamacallit. I did save one. I know it's like non-ancient, but this will make it work better. Yeah. So non-ancestral. Okay, what am I doing? Sure, we'll literally just keep it like that for now. On to a later thing. Throw Hunger on this. Pretty mediocre quiver. I can do better than 11% there. Right. 12%. But damn, it's just always so hard to roll on these quivers. Marky, what's going on? Can you ask me something about DH? No, you're not allowed to ask any streamer any questions about a game or a class that they're playing right in front of you. How dare you? Not for real. What's up? What you want to ask? Your apologies. No, sir, I'm joking. What's up? What's up? Never done a GR 150 solo. I will try this season. Should I use Marauders? Well, Paragon is good to get first. If you've never done a GR 150 solo, then you kind of have to like temper your expectations of what Paragon. Because I mean, you could technically get it around like 1700 Paragon roughly if you really know the game really well and you have a like really good gear. But like the average player probably won't be able to do a 150 with Marauders until like maybe around 2500 Paragon, to be honest, with some decent fishing knowledge. So like if you watch a couple of streamers who do it early, it's because they know exactly what they're doing, like to the T, how to fish. You know, they're using hundreds of keys. Wizard is the easiest to get the GR 150 on right now though. With Meteor, you can do that as early as 1300 Paragon, but again, same ordeal. You have to know the game real well to be able to do that at that low Paragon. But yeah, Quadra, what's going on? Yeah, but technically you can do it at around like 1800 Paragon with fully augmented, almost max gems, those kind of things. And a lot of keys for a lot of fishing. All right, I'm gonna make the attempt to reforge this bow. If I can get something a little teeny bit better. This is actually more damage than what I have. By a smidge. It has impale on it though.
You seem to think that my life is full of ease.
I think I'm gonna keep going.
Small goals. I won't judge.
I'll speed GR to 2500 Paragon. I'm not super skilled. I'm not trying to spike trap yet. I mean, you can start making the attempt, like, you know, maybe 145, 146 or like that, at around 2000 Paragon, just to kind of test the waters and see where you're at. And then from there, you kind of like, you know, make the decision whether or not you want to keep going. I just don't want to like, I don't want to like, you know, set expectations that are not reasonable, if that makes sense. So I'd rather just be kind of, you know, quite honest. But the thing about it is that like when you see people do it, you always kind of see the streamers do it, right? But the streamers have been playing for a while, and like it's a whole different ball game, right? So this is a tad, well, I would say a tad better. 41. Oh man. That's a beefy, but none of the skills are passives.
Not quite.
This is technically a slight upgrade. I mean, slight. It's still kind of it's the same thing technically. But it's inflated a little bit by attack speed, so it's not worth switching out for. Why? It does not. Hey, that is a theory. It was made Tau Meteor on par with pre-Tau Nerf. Pretty close. I would say relatively close, yeah. Keep in mind, I mean, you can do a GR150 and around 1300 Paragon if you know what you're doing. So yeah.
Access to a wondrous artifact of old, and that's what you want to do with it. Very well.
That could give me like really high damage Barizas with nothing I can use on it. You're getting it.
But when has that stopped you?
But yeah, the Wizards are the strongest this season with the Ethereals. Specifically Meteors. That keep giving me cluster arrow with this Bariza, man. I gotta quit.
Small goals. I won't judge.
Which is your favorite class to push on? Rough. All of my soul's gone.
Charm spell, and Sister Lysa was fawning over me for a fortnight. It was mortifying.
Oh well. Back to the grind. We'll kick it down to 122. I can speed GR much higher with Ethereum, of course. Might be. floor. Nice. Almost on par with Strafing Pale. I actually would argue that God 6 with Ethereal might be a little faster, or sorry, a little more efficient than Strafing Pale. Specifically just because of the speed of being able to get from elite pack to elite pack. Like Strafing Pale is stronger. But being able to get from elite pack to elite pack favors God 6. Just because of the sheer speed. Like you have to lose a lot of damage to really make Impale get or quite a bit of damage to get the speed up with Impale, whereas God 6 kind of has it naturally. If Impale's a higher ceiling, yeah. Although you can find it and you're a godlike gamer, if you do dual gen, then it definitely tips the scales to God 6. Skip all trash, go straight for elites for speed with the Odysseys in. Whatchamacallit. Good die. What's been some of your favorite DC 3 seasons? Definitely Ethereals, Angelic Crucible, and season 25 with the gems. I forgot what it was called. Where you get the the boss powers or whatever. Gems you sock it in your weapon and helm or whatever. Soul shards, yeah, there we go. Yeah. I like soul shards a lot as well. So those are my 3 favorite. Where what season was the month with the strongest with the bells or the interaction with a certain item was multiplied unintentionally? I think that was the was it the Crucibles or was that with Soul Shards? It was one of the two. Might be no, not Ethereus. It was one of the two that I guess mentioned. I guess I don't remember. I don't recall which one of the two. Is there a way to make their cursor huge and neon? There's a thing called there is an app for it. Technically speaking, it's a third party, and you technically can get banned for doing it, but no one's ever got banned for it. So, and the game's in maintenance mode, so I wouldn't worry about it. But yeah, there's an app for it. I forgot what it's called. I don't remember much of anything. But yeah, people have used it before to be able to color their cursor and make it bigger and stuff. I literally forgot what it was called, but it's something that a lot of people used. Is every single season the theme not in the rotation? No, it's not. Snowball actually is, I think. That season I think is in the rotation, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, I think there's like 7 seasons that are in rotation. which happens to be the more popular ones. But I only care for 3 of the 7. Like I don't care for Omni Cube or the 4th cube slot as a Demon Hunter player. I put it that way. I'd care for those if I were like Necro for sure, but not as a Demon Hunter. The OP ones. Yellow Mouse. Yeah, there you go. Yellow Mouse. Yeah. I couldn't think of the name like for nothing.
I may be able to help you.
I need to go back. You're going to get accustomed to that.
Yeah. I say like the ones that they chose to rotate and whatnot is actually a good balance. Kind of makes coming back to D3 every now and then, you know, kind of refreshing. Definitely don't have it in me to, nor the time that I used to be able to like blast like I used to though. I play about 4 or 5 hours a day now for D3 currently, so which explains why my Paragon is only 1200 and not like 1600 by now easily.
What a steal. Fortune favors the bold. Do come
My
back
pack
again.
is full.
You look like you could use a new item. What a steal.
That's a good shoulder for Yui. Imagine if guys push but at reasonable guns without hitting actual build. I'd happily trade that. I mean, technically speaking, you can do God 6. You can get a 150 on God 6 this season. Probably can do it around 25, maybe 3K Paragon roughly. Probably a little sooner if you do dual gen. But yeah, God is just like I don't really like pushing with God 6 to be honest. There's just too many things that like make it rough. Like pushing with God that just like makes it rough. There's too many elite fixes that completely like destroys a run. And any sort of walls map with any sort of walls or corners just completely destroys your damage. Illusionist is GG. GG as in like, you know, restart the rift type sort of thing. It's just so finicky to push with, man. Easy to play. Like really easy to play, but annoying to push with. Yeah, like these walls and keeps, man, are so bad for God 6. Graveyard map is usually pretty decent for all the builds. or decent enough to at least attempt. But on God 6, it's a nightmare. The Piercers need to make a comeback. That would actually, if they did do that, that would make God 6 practically the best push build, like bar none. Like it would laugh in the face of Natalia, like just because of all the general buffs that God 6 has received since then, right? So like its base damage is way higher than what it was when the Piercers were a thing. So like yeah, like it wouldn't even. It'd be like so it would be so strong.
Returning to town. Your trial is complete.
Like so strong to the point where it's like if you got like let's say a missile dampening with the old Pierces or whatever, that you know you could probably push it 150 in most in season at like 1K Paragon. Granted, you take Stricken as a gem. You just need like 1 or 2 missile dampenings and then easy 150. This is a bad right here. Walls and illusionist. Wall. The buff and takes piece only improve the farming build. Pretty much, yeah. It also made pushing easier because then because like pushing with God 6 you need a shit ton of density. Because it used to be really bad single target. Now it's like really good single target, but bad for like clearing big packs or whatever. So it kind of went the opposite. It kind of switched roles. Because the Piercers were so good that the single target was bad. Even though the single target wasn't bad, I guess relative to the Piercers, it was bad. That's my second favorite class, Wizard. I am a Frozen Orb Enjoyer on Wizard, DMO. I like Meteor a little bit too as well, but Frozen Orb is still my favorite. Orbs on nostalgia, yeah. It gets such a cool skill. Wish I could farm with Frozen Orb. Kind of like really difficult to do because of the whole like the way DMO works.
Let's see the gem.
What should I start leveling? Probably Stricken. For Yui.
I need to go back.
My favorite set actually, in the game. Yui multi-shot, that is.
You have to get accustomed to that.
Fortune favors the bold.
But need a better shoulder.
Burdened.
You look like you could use a new one. I didn't even know I had that thing.
How many Mantilla challenges am I gonna get?
Fortune favors the bold.
I cannot
Isn't
afford that.
Nice?
Finally. That's a good one. That's a really good shoulder. I'll celebrate that. Swap out immediately. Would you like to play in D2? I actually did not play D2. I actually started in D3. I did play some D2R when it first came out. Just to, try it out and have people laugh at me on stream. So it was fun. It like not knowing what I was doing at all whatsoever, and having like the stream just like die of laughter was like great. It was good times. Like I was clueless. Like, I died and had no idea what happened to all my gear when I died. Like I was back in town. I'm like, wait, where is everything? And everyone's like, you have to go get it. I'm like, go get what? Like, go get your gear. I'm like, where? And it's like, on your body. I'm like, my body's right here in town. What are you talking about? And it's like, no, where you died, you have to go get your gear from your dead body. I'm like, are you serious? It's like, yes. So I literally died like 20 something more times trying to get the gear back from my body or whatever. Because where I died, it was like 8 or 9 monsters around it at the time, and I had like nothing at the time, so it was hard to maneuver around and get it. So it was great. It was fun times. I actually had a blast, like not knowing what I was doing. And I ironically made or tried to attempt to make the hardest build, I guess. Hardest starting build, which was like a Bozon, which people are saying like, why did you do that? I'm like, I don't know what I'm doing. I like bows. Then I ran out of arrows and I had to punch my way out of a corner, which was great. Yeah, so it made for great stream content. But yeah. D1 was worse with death. Oh yeah, items get strong on the ground. They leave the game. They're gone. was definitely a bit more realistic, right? In fact, um, yeah, I was never one of those like D3 players that like, you know, hate the idea of D2 or have bad thoughts or whatever, you know, or vice versa. I actually didn't, you know, I actually enjoyed the Stenema system as much as people hated it. I was actually okay with it. Only thing I really didn't like too much care about D2, at least when I was playing it, was like the inventory management. I felt like that was a weird thing. To me, it was like a weird thing where like literally like you have enough room in your inventory to pick up maybe 1 or 2 items and that's it. Everything else is filled with charms and pots that you spam or whatever. Was not the biggest fan of that. I guess it just has to do with the fact that, you know, I guess I'm so used to the modern, you know, action RPGs where, you know, your inventory was for gear, which sounds really weird to say, right? It's like, oh, you're supposed to pick up stuff because you have an inventory to pick up stuff. But it's funny because like my child is like, why? It's like, why are you picking up gear for? I'm like, because I don't know what I need or whatnot. And he's like, your inventory is not for gear. I'm like, so what is it for then? You know, it was such a weird concept to someone who hasn't played the game, you know, before, right? But but yeah. Yeah, key.
What do you need?
A lot of things I like better about D2, D1. Quality of life keeps improving with D3 and D4. Yeah, I would assume so, but you know, obviously better technology and you know those kind of things. Naturally, that should be the case. J Mac, I haven't seen that name in a while, man. How you doing? How you doing? And how's Bronny James doing? this map for speeds. What bit am I running? Got 6. Good
Six Panks raided my stream with 17
Yo,
views.
Dark Side,
Pam
we
with the
just got
raid.
raided, son. You know how we do. Drop my new beat for these new viewers. Sheezy out.
What's up, man? How my season going? Pretty casual, honestly. I'm not doing the heavy blasting like I used to, obviously. Play maybe 5 hours a day at most. But not too bad though. I plan on playing for about a week-ish, and then I guess by the end of this week, whatever gear I have, I'll push with and see how far I go, and then that will be kind of my season. But Ethereals is fun. I enjoy this seasonal concept, of course, especially as a demon hunter. You can start tonight, yeah. It's Ethereals is a lot of fun. Definitely one of the better seasons. Top 2, top 3 for sure. I would say top 2. Most people will kind of do a toss up between this and Crucibles, Angelic Crucibles or whatever. And there's an argument to be made for either one, right? So. Long time, all good. Still can't catch a stream sometimes. That's because I actually haven't been streaming as much. Twitch and advertisers have had a major impact on streaming income in general for the average stream, or the average mid-size, small to mid-size streamer. Like, it's been a lot harder to do okay, or to make some coin, I guess you could say, as you know, from the size of a streamer that I once was. So that kind of forced me to pick up a second and sometimes a third job, in a sense, because streaming technically was my second job for a while. But yeah, like 90% of my revenue, even with similar CCV, has dropped because of Twitch. What should I give up for now? Actually, probably pants. But my pants are still kind of meh.
Fortune favors the bold. That'll look nice on you. You look like you could use a new lettuce.
That is too expensive.
Fortune favors the
Yeah, 90%. Yeah. So I'll be transparent. So on a D4 season, like at the beginning of a D4 season, usually I may average about 100, 110 viewers throughout the entire stream. I'll do like a 20-hour stream roughly. And ad revenue for that 20-hour stream used to net me maybe on like $120, $130 roughly, maybe for those 20 hours. Which I mean, obviously, when you think about it, like, you know, per hour is still bad in general, but for a streamer, that's actually considered good. You know, as a smaller mid-size, I mean, that's actually not terrible, right? So $120, $130 for like a opening night D4 stream, right, for ad revenue. Now, for like the past year and 3 months roughly, same amount of viewers, same amount of concurrent viewers, right? I haven't changed, like, you know, the amount of ads I run, which is like 4 minutes. I try not to do too much. Who really wants to watch a ton of ads, obviously. But that ad revenue dropped from like 120 to 130 for a 20-hour stream, D4 launch season, to $16. $16 for a 20-hour stream in terms of ad revenue. That's how bad it got. Yes. And the reason why is because, again, a lot of advertisers have pulled out, and so Twitch is paying considerably less for you know, per ad that is being ran or whatever. And they want streamers to run a hell of a lot more ads, and like, I'm just not going to do that, and it still wouldn't net me nowhere near what I used to make on it. Yeah, I don't know if you noticed that, Pam. Yeah, but like the past year and two and year 3 months, Twitch didn't say anything about it, but the ad revenue like disappeared. Twitch rely on the advertising. Yep, they do. Twitch doesn't really make money, believe it or not. Like, Twitch is like actually bleeding money and has been for like literally the entire time. That's why they take half of like the streamer subscriber income, roughly. But yeah, so with that being said, when you think about that in that sense, JMac, and like for like a small to medium sized streamer, most of your income did come from ad revenue. Like, you have some subscribers for sure, yeah, but like most of your income still came from ad revenue, relative. So yeah, we got hit hard. Now the big name streamers still have their sponsorships and whatever that has been locked in for, you know, long term, and they're not really feeling the hit. Like, most of their revenue didn't really come from ad revenue to begin with. It was a good chunk, don't get me wrong, relative to what they were doing, but more of the revenue came from subscribers and long term sponsorships, right? Deals. Whereas for people like me, it was definitely the ad revenue for sure. So small to mid-sized streaming is not viable now? Not really, no. No. Like, if you're doing it as a small to mid-sized streamer, you're for sure doing it purely for fun. Like, but the problem is that, like, I started that way too. Like, I started off doing it just for fun, you know, or whatnot, and I started taking it more seriously when, you know, Blizzard started like looking at me as like a potential Diablo partner and flying me out to Blizzard to test expansions and things like that. So when I started getting that kind of attention, I was like, maybe I should take this more seriously, right? And so instead of working, you know, or teaching and then having my second job as a server, I stopped serving and made streaming my second job because I was making enough money to supplement my teacher income in a sense, right? So I'm like, okay, cool. I can now stream more often because it's actually worth it as a secondary income, right? So now it's like impossible right now, like literally impossible at my size. So that's literally why I kind of like haven't streamed as much as I used to, because I literally can't afford it. I have to go back to working a second job, and I'm having to try to figure out how to fit streaming into that, if that makes sense. Clip this. What's up, man? Oh, you heard all that? Also, why are you not VIP? That's like a crime. Oh, you do have it? Okay. On my side chat, it doesn't show it. Okay. Yeah. So like, yeah. So it's it's definitely like difficult, but it used to be considerably. It used to be okay. You have to work a lot harder now as a smaller to mid-sized streamer to really make that, that kind of, decent income. So going full time now is considerably harder to do than it was. I mean, it was really hard to do to begin with. Now it's like Asian level hard to do it now. to do it now. Raven, what's going on? So, but yeah, it just comes down to me being able to afford to stream right now, because, I have a house now, so more bills piled up, obviously, than before when I first started, right? So like, which is why I think you're doing an awesome job, Cliptus, because as someone who's in this space, I don't think people really understand how hard it is to do what you do and make it work for you, monetary as well on both platforms. People don't know, like people don't, because like they see you when you push the button to go live, and then they see your face when you make a video. But everything behind the scenes, man, oh man. They're cooking up the different types of like content for your streams and making sure that they're entertaining enough. So literally when you're not streaming, you're literally thinking about exactly what you're going to stream all day. Like in your mind, you're just like, oh, so what am I gonna do today? And then have to kind of plan that out, so therefore your stream doesn't seem so like, so yeah, it's yeah.
Let's see what we can do. I am skilled at clarifying dreams.
Now let's talk about teachers needing a second job. Yeah, that's the thing. Yeah. We can appreciate the follow. We can definitely like talk about that for ages, right? And I will always advocate for, more pay for teachers in general. However, I will say that I went into the profession understanding that I would need a second job. So it's not like I was surprised when I became a teacher and was like, man, I can't pay for shit still. Like, oh man, I can't, like, I'm basically like one step from bankruptcy if something bad happens or goes on, if just from the teaching income by itself, like it's scary. But I knew that going into the profession that I need a secondary gig. So I was a server for a while because it was very like convenient in terms of scheduling. So I understood. So I went into it understanding that. And so I made do with it because I knew, that I'm going in it for the passion and not and not the money, right? Doesn't mean that we shouldn't get paid more. We should. But like I don't have that shock that some people might have when they realize that, that especially depending on the state that you live in, that teacher pay is absolute trash. Ironically though, I still wouldn't do anything else though. Like literally being able to, especially with like the subject I teach, which is music. Like I see them all 4 years. So literally being their second parent from home and like kind of raising them as like my own kids, sort of. Like I'm more so of a mentor than I am just a teacher in a sense. And so like watching them grow up and be responsible adults and hopefully take like maybe 10% of the things you told them not to do when when they become adults or whatever. And then they come back and like, they want to like get a drink with you when they're like 21 or something like that. It's like, hey, like when they remember you and they appreciate kind of person you were in their life. Like that to me, like trumps almost, keyword is almost any amount of money that I would make doing anything else. And all it takes is just that one student to come back and be like, yo, right? Like that feeling is irreplaceable for me. That's why I could never like stream full time. Like I couldn't quit teaching totally and stream full time. Not because I don't think that like I couldn't have pulled it off or, you know, made the attempt to do so. It's just that like, don't get me wrong, I love you guys, but I can't replicate that feeling from streaming.
You look like you could use a new item. Ooh, that's nice.
At least not that exact feeling. Like I still have students, like former students who drop by the streams all the time.
Favors the bold. Isn't that
Like
nice?
they come by here and chill.
You look like you could use a new
These
item.
people are so rewarding, yeah.
Maybe you can find
Yep, my wife knew what she was getting to as well. What's up, He-Man? Luckily, I fell back ass into a great paid job so she could work half-time as a teacher. He clearly hates us. Like I think the thing, what really made it sane for me going like through COVID when I was streaming through COVID was the fact that in D3 I was kind of doing the same thing as I was doing when I was teaching when everything was shut down. I was helping other people. Right, so it was kind of like a similar feeling, but online, if that makes sense. Like I would bring them into the game, show them how to some of the Demon Hunter mechanics would work out and stuff like that, and people would be so surprised. They'd be like, "Oh my god, he's taking the time like in the game to help me," like, and like not farming, but like literally like taking it step by step like a teacher, right? But yeah, gonna get some sleep. All right, clip this. You have a good one. God morning. No. You had it right. God 6 morning. What up, Blame? Not much, just turn the computer to you to have to work. How am I doing? Doing alright. I'm actually having some fun kind of jumping into this D3 season with Aetherios. Aetherios is always a good season, fun season. You don't have to sleep too. Want to drop by, see how your things are going. Glad you're still having fun streaming. Like I said, I do have fun streaming. It's just I'm trying to find a way to figure out how to afford to stream right now. Given, you know, the really big ad revenue drop and such. So I want to do it more, just trying to figure out how to make it work with current bills versus what it once was. Do I prefer D3 over D2R? Well, I didn't really play D2 growing up, so with that being said, yeah. Like I started with D3. So D3 is like my nostalgia. That makes sense. Like D3 for me is like D2 for people who, or D2R for everyone who's played D2, basically. If that makes sense. But my childhood game, like the game I grew up playing a lot, was Warcraft 3, The Frozen Throne. I was more of a, and also StarCraft 2 or StarCraft Brood War. Like I was a strategy game, like an RTS gamer and a fighting game player for the most part. But like that's my nostalgia. I didn't really grow up playing a lot of action RPGs. I did play JRPGs though, growing up. I did do that, but not like the ARPGs, like the Diablos. I wish I did play D2 back then. I just didn't, you know. No one really put me onto it, so I didn't really know about it. D4 so shit that everyone's on D3. No. So there's this thing called seasons, right? Like there's just things that action RPGs have, right? And it's called seasons. And like generally, you know, these action RPGs usually have a season roughly every three months or so, right? And what people tend to do a lot, right, is when a new season or a season that they like comes up in the game that they also have liked at some point, they jump back into it and they play. So like if, you know, Last Epoch has a new season, people jump up, you know, and they check it out and whatnot if they like Last Epoch. If D3 has one of the better seasons pop up, like Ethereal's right now is going on, people would jump back in and play that, right? And then when Path of Exile 2 has their thing, people jump in and they play that. So people tend to rotate between the action RPGs for fresh-ish content. And when D4 expansion comes out, guess what people are going to do? They're going to come back and play D4. But at the moment, you know, D4 has a pretty short season with not as much to do, so people are done and they're rotating out to other action RPGs. That's typically how the cycle works. But there will always be individuals that if someone was to play another action RPG, there are individuals that will say the previous action RPG they were playing must be bad because they're playing another action RPG. I see that in Woody stream a lot. Like a lot. Like people go up and it's like, oh, Woody, does this mean that so-and-so game is bad because you're playing this game? And Woody's like, nah, I just feel like playing this game today. And then they're like, what game should I play, Woody? Woody Joe, should I play this game too? Is this game really better? D4 isn't, I wouldn't say D3 is a lot. Like every season start of any action RPG is alive. Right. But I do see that a lot in Woody stream a lot too, and I have to just, and I go in there and like I'll troll sometimes, right? And I'll be like, so Woody, I saw that you're playing this game now instead of sleeping. So is this game better than sleeping? Should I also not sleep too? Is sleeping overrated? It's like Woody. So I see Woody just eating a cucumber. Is that why he's so good? Should I also eat a cucumber too? Is there like a certain ratio of amount of bites to, or size of the bite to the cucumber I should also do? It's fun. Nah, but you're good. Kurt Cobain, I know. But there are some people who legit, like when you said that, it just literally reminded me of like Woody Joe's chat at the time when he tried something different. Cucumber better than D3. Yes. D4 is the most played action RPG by yeah. Yeah. Um, Interestingly enough, like it has a massive base of casuals who don't necessarily like post on social media nor care about posting or talking about D4 on social media. They just kind of jump on and, you know, play their characters, you know, once or twice a week or something. But there's a lot more of those players than the blasters and, you know, that you kind of see on stream. It's almost like Diablo Immortal in a sense. Like Diablo Immortal actually has a pretty decent sized base, but if you look at it from the socials, like you know, X and YouTube and Twitch and Kick or whatever, like you don't see any, like very little content about D4. Not sorry, the D4, but Diablo Immortal. But it still has a pretty sizable like player base.
Good to see you.
This song, yeah. But his cucumber game is unmatchable. It's a trend that people follow you. They want to play the same thing games as you. So if you're on D3 and players who don't have it, that will want to get it. So I mean, I guess that is fair. I mean that is fair. I will do that. I like when it comes to like newer releases or whatever. Sometimes I'll watch that mods or maybe Moxie play. Same reason. Where it's like kind of like you know, I'm not sure if I want to get the game, so I'll kind of watch somebody who I respect, and you know, someone who has a particular style of playing the games where I can be like, okay, you know, I can live it through them, and then be like, yeah, this is for me, or yeah, this is not, or that is not for me, right? So, I've done that for sure. Yeah, but at the same time, though, like a streamer's experience is definitely not the same as a casual's experience, right?
Fortune favors the bold.
Especially when it comes to action RPGs.
I didn't even know I had
Like the expectations are not the same.
back again.
um Case in point, like anytime like you watch Rob stream, you know, with his extremely ultra high efficient like gear and character, you know, like that, like when he puts out builds and specs, like only like 1% of players can actually like really gear the build correctly. Because his gear is so like fine-tuned, right? And some of the builds sometimes will need like certain breakpoints or whatever that he'll do, and it's like the casual player base literally cannot play the build. Like literally like they just can't. They just won't have the gear to be able to get to those breakpoints to do said things. I used to fuck people at work when I was a cook. And every time a popular rap song would come on, I would say some random ass rapper's name, and you'd be like, "This is my favorite song." Heard you ran over Barrels this season and loved it. It's actually fun. Yeah, Rain of Barrels is has been fun to play. I've been doing that more than Heartseeker past 2 seasons. going to my secret build. Cool. I made some recent updates to it, like about maybe 4 or 5 days ago. If you want to get into the Orphan Maker, I highly suggest you try the dual basic. It's considerably easier to play than like the push Orphan Maker setup, and it's roughly similar damage. I thought about making a video on it, but by the time I kind of figured out that spec or figured out the considerably easier way to do the same thing roughly, I'm like, I don't think people are really paying attention to Demon Hunter, not the Demon Hunter, Rogue at the time. So I'm like, that'd be a lot of work to make a video for very little interest. But I did put it on Maxro though, like as a variant for people to watch. Is Renevaros good on bosses? Yeah. For Horrors is excellent. Because you're hitting literally everything with your waves. So where do you release at? There we go. I'm excited for a lot of the skills to function a little different in the expansion. I kind of want to get away from Rogue's Shadow Clone bug meta. I don't really think it's fun. Literally, like, unless you're playing Renevaros or Death Trap, like the meta for Rogue is literally bring your cooldown as low as you possibly can for Shadow Clone and spam Shadow Clone while attacking, so you can get that huge burst damage when you cast Shadow Clone and attack right after. So every build is designed to do literally that in some way. Push and pitch, you recommend more. You have to do Orphan Maker to really push the pits. You can do okay with regular Heart Seeker. Like you can get to about T100 with regular Heart Seeker without Orphan Maker, but that's with good gear. But with our Orphan Maker, you can go considerably higher. It's just not as much fun to play. Alright, mate. You have a good one.
I am returning to town.
I hope the new skill tree is interesting. Yeah, me too. Me too. You're just kind of waiting for the expansion yourself, Blaine? So what games have you been playing, Blaine? Monster Hunter Wilds, Division 2, PoE, Crimson Desert, and some Apex Legends with the homies. I've been telling myself I will kind of get back into Monster Hunter Wilds with the newish update. But then every time I like that and like Where Winds Meet, I've been trying to get back into. And every time I think I have time to, or I'm like getting ready to, like something always comes up.
I am returning to town.
Speaking of which, though, how's Crimson Desert? Or how are you liking it? I'm kind of mixed about it from a viewer standpoint.
Fortune favors.
Being an adult ain't easy.
My pack
I
is
didn't
full.
even know I had that thing. You look like you could use a new item. I didn't even know I had that thing. Fortune favors the bold.
I cannot afford that.
Loving it, even though I'm not use this type of game, is very exploration heavy. So would you consider it like more of like a, well, I was gonna say MMO, but not really. Because it's a love or hate game, no in between. Would you consider it like kind of close to Where Winds Meet? Like, is there like overlap you think there? Like, if someone likes Where Winds Meet, would they like Crimson Desert, sort of kind of thing? I knew I was gonna get hit. Combat at the same. Yeah, I figured that part. Yeah, and Where Winds Meet, man. Like, I did like the first 4 or 5 hours into the game, I realized I have not done a single campaign quest. All I've been doing was like side quests in the first area, not realizing that I haven't done any actual story yet, and I had a blast. I was like, man, I still haven't done like any of the story stuff yet.
Yes.
I was trying to run around, fight things I'm not supposed to be fighting.
I am returning to town.
And then getting my ass kicked by that rooster. But all right, we'll see. I have a pretty heavy backlog of games. I keep telling myself I'm gonna get into. So I don't know if I'll make it to Crimson Desert, to be honest, before D4 expansion. but we'll see. I'll call my back polisher. What is the level gatekeeping? And where wins me? I haven't made it nearly that far. So, what do you mean by that? Max level was 50, for example. You know, open 5 levels at a time every week or two, every second week or two. All right. Interesting. Or intriguing, I put it that way. Yeah.
What do you need?
That was a lot longer of a run for some reason.
I am returning to town. Excellent. We get accustomed to that.
Let's put it down to 120. Kind of want more Forgotten Souls per hour now than anything. That small screen was clutch. Illusionist. Well, when season started? Friday. 2 days ago.
I can't carry anymore.
Let's see the gem.
I am returning to town.
could use a new item of.
Some quivers now. Well, actually no. Then you need a better pair of Death Diggers.
That'll look nice on you. You look like you could use a new item.
I cannot
Isn't
afford
that
that.
nice?
This is a good run.
I must wait longer.
I'm skilled at clarifying gems.
I need to go back. You're becoming accustomed to that.
Yes.
That 122 is like the sweet spot. think 122 is like the sweet spot. At my gear level, Paragon level. This is the fastest key farming build. Well, I'm doing Greater Risk right now, so I'm not farming for keys. But I mean, it's still God 6 though. Like God 6 is just a different version of God 6 for keys. I actually do bolas for T16 Nephilim Rifts and Visions. But still God 6 set. Shitty maps, but not bad.
I'm here to help.
I'm overburdened.
Yes.
I need to go back. You'll have to get accustomed to that.
1319.
You look like you could use a new item of
Pants.
My pack is full.
fortune favors the boy. Well, isn't that nice? You look like you could use a new item of
I'm overburdened.
Fortune favors the boy. Don't forget, luck always changes.
I mean, if that was ancient, I probably would have taken it. double ethereal drop. Nice.
I'm here to help.
I need to go back. You
I don't know why I decided to go backwards for. Enchantress the best. Always pick the Templar. It really doesn't matter that much, to be honest. It really doesn't. I like the Enchantress for like the small buffs for the most part, like the cooldown. Charmer is actually kind of fun when it's done at certain spots and times or whatever, because it takes the heat off of you. But it legit doesn't really matter that much. What else I wanna pick up here? I like Scoundrel because he's easy to guarantee. That's also very true. Very true. Alright, so I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. These are the only ones I actually needed to level up. So now I can level up some spare ones.
I am returning to town.
In case I got left 10. Might do a little bit of key farming. Push things up. I miss watching for the end. I usually see you on the PoE2 streams just nowadays. Or at least for the past like year-ish. Are you still like going pretty hard into PoE 2, or are you playing other stuff now, J-Mac?
Not ready yet.
I am skilled at
What is-
purifying gems.
I need to go back.
Your valor
I have more control now.
Nah, there's only play PoE 2, D3, and if there's some action RPGs, Dragonkin, Titan Quest 2, ORES, etc. Okay. Numbing traps. Legendary passive. Onto that. Share this one too. Ah, 4 seconds. It's an upgrade.
I will use this. You look like you could use a new
Still on them pants.
Can't carry anymore.
Can I have it back? Do come back again. You look like you could use a new item.
That is too
Isn't that
expensive.
nice?
Oh, 93 points. I think I'll put into around the keys and then call it. I don't stay up too late.
returning to town. You're feeling powerful. Are you
What do you need? Let's see the gem.
I am returning to town. I feel more powerful. My pack is full.
Yes.
I don't want any of it anyway.
I am returning to town.
The blood runs.
Fortune favors the bold.
All right, Pants, let's go.
Anymore.
You look like you could use a new item. That'll look nice on you. Fortune favors the bold.
That is too expensive.
I didn't even know I had that thing.
Guess not.
Let's see what we can do.
I am returning to town. My train. Now.
Looks like we're finally able to like do the 124s at a pretty decent time now. Under 2.5. Sometimes right at 2.
I'm here to help.
We need to go back. I feel how powerful.
Large screen. Alright.
Your fear betrays
Oh no.
you.
Hit the wrong.
Let's see the gem.
I am returning to town.
You have
Such a low.
You look like you could use a new
Pass one
item
more
or
time for the night.
luck always changes. Fortune favors the bold.
I'm overburdened.
You look like you could use a new item or ooh, that's nice. Can I have it
Nope.
back?
All right. So actually, feeling kind of ballsy. Let's the Forgotten Souls we have. Let's reforge a couple.
goods you might be interested in.
What can we get?
Small goals. I won't. Very well. Small goals. I won't judge.
Actually, how many Rodeo ashes do I have? Do I want to put it on my very easy? Only 55. I need 110, don't I? Oh, 100. Well, all right, back to reforging.
When has that stopped you?
If only, right? If only.
Very well.
Oh, the single out passive. So this is the only season where I wouldn't really want a single out passive. However, might want to hold on to this for a different reason though. So I got 10 Echoing Nightmares, which is good. And a pretty decent amount of Death Breaths. Might just upgrade Legendary just so that yes, Forgotten Souls. Augments. Kind of got a ways to go. You know what? We're gonna. This is gonna be a luck. Yeah. Onto it. Right. Yep. I guess at this pace, I'll get my cash. I'll actually not use it and make sure I put it in the altar like I'm supposed to. I can get the rest of my stuffs. And then yeah, I would say towards the end towards the end of the week, I should be start doing some like actual pushing for all of the sets I'm gonna play. God 6, Yui, and also Marauder. Marauder I'll go for the 150 with. Yui, I guess I'll go as high as I possibly can. Won't be able to do like 150 with this kind of Paragon. I would need like kind of like 3K probably for it. So kind of out of reach for even at the time that I'm gonna play. So this is actually not a bad. Oh, probably was a reason why I kept it. That. This one's actually pretty good. I think this is probably gonna be well. Yeah, because I well no I can't because I need to whatchamacallit. I have to actually wear the Bombardiers. Four GR keys. Trying to kind of clean up my stash a little bit too. I'm here. Not pushing. We'll get rid of these. Speaking of which, actually, what is my Enchantress?
This is well crafted.
Also not. That's where I kept that. Everything else is actually working. Have a good. I don't. Forgot about the first. How did I like skip the first time? Or that's true. Actually, what kind of broken crown do I actually have on my? Yeah, we can just swap that real quick.
A gift?
Dash. I only forgotten, so I was like, Oh, this is a good song.
I've got some brand new goods you might be interested in. The thing about being good
Come on. Can we get something? All right, we tried. Gonna read on out. Oh, Oogie's playing, of course. That looked like wait, what's her is he playing on? All right, Kensho, appreciate it. I know it's been kind of like a pretty quiet second half of the stream, but that's kind of normal for the D3 days. We're just kind of blasting and chilling. And most are probably actually possibly even playing themselves or playing other games and just kind of just chilling here for the vibes and music, which is cool. I have no problems with that. Enjoy Oogie. Oogie's a real blaster. Real blaster for sure. Cool guy. And I will most likely be back on tomorrow night, or I guess tonight. If not, for sure Tuesday. We'll see. But that being said, appreciate y'all, and as always, till next time.